let's see. Okay. Should probably put all those tools out of the way. And then we'll go ahead and get to sharpening. Now I did buy some skiff bearings for that one knife that I'd been testing out. And honestly, every review that I've ever heard where they say there isn't much change in the action is right. The action of the knife is pretty similar to how it was to begin with. However, the biggest difference I found was in blade stability, where the blade it doesn't have any blade play anymore. Anyway, the reason why we're going to be sharpening this thing tonight and hopefully finishing is if I finish it before I have to meet up with my buddy tomorrow, I get an extra $10. How's it going? Oh, this is going to take forever. Poland? No. I gotta stop stacking stuff on this table. Keep stacking stuff on the table and then you start sharpening and everything falls over. Like what? Dakota, what's up? Bobrick, how's it going? We're sharpening a rather inexpensive Damascus kitchen knife. Texas. That's a little ways away. It is 127 here. Starting to get a burr up here, not down here though. Yeah, it's 1:27 a.m. here. Chris, what's up? I'm fine. If I was even mildly worried, I wouldn't be doing it that fast. Believe me, my safety is important to myself. I've been practicing sharpening for a year, I think. Just about a year. Yeah, you're telling me. Why do you think I haven't been live streaming as much lately? I got other shit to think about. So how's life been whooping your ass? Yeah. It's unfortunate, man. Unfortunately, Life stops for no one. You get breaks here and there, and that's fine. But life isn't one big break. It's kind of just how it is. Well, don't stop talking about your sibling, though. Keep them in mind. Don't want to. I guess that's not the proper way of saying it. God, this knife smells so weird. You know what it smells like? You know when you're holding pennies in summer and like your hand starts to smell like copper? Or like that compound that mixes between your sweat and copper? That's what it smells like. The blade smells like that, not the handle right here. It's the blade. Well, all you got to do is go grab a few pennies and then hold them in your hand. Hold them in your hand for a couple minutes. Let your hand get hot. That's all it takes. It does smell like cheap steel. I mean, I knew that going in, but no, I don't. God damn, I run out of this shit so fast. Well, let me tell you, making a batch of that stuff that was in a giant or in a full size water bottle was not the worst idea I've had. I wish I had an infinite source of money. Then I could buy as many oranges as I wanted. And I don't like oranges all that much, so it wouldn't be that many. I don't like 4116. Just for shits and giggles, we're going to swap to a folding knife real quick. I can't be sitting here doing long knives for extended periods of time without a break. I don't know if that one person from Reddit showed up yet, but this is what sharpening cheap knives sounds like. And it doesn't really sound different as much as feels different. Liquid Grin, what's up? Welcome back. Oh, you're the person from Reddit? Well, how's it going? Here, let me... It's not as much sound. Oh, I'm not pressing very hard at all. It's just a really cheap knife. And this stone eats everything. It's a little harder to do on the longer knife because it just is. Especially with the grind the way it was from the factory. It was really bad. So I've been sitting there fixing it, and then it clogged this stone, and now this stone needs cleaned out, but I don't have the tools to do that yet. So this thing's full, and there's nothing I can do about it. Glad to be back. Glad I kind of fixed my back. Just wish it didn't cost me $73. And then I have to show up on the day after my birthday to have another chiropractor's appointment because they can never fix it the first time. I've had the same, or this is my second chiropractor, but I had this chiropractor when I was a kid, and then this guy took over the place. And I used to be able to walk in. It's 120 grit. I used to be able to walk in, and then he'd tell me what was wrong, and then he'd fix it without me saying anything. And this last time, he couldn't do that. He looked tired, too. Palmer, what's up? So, Chris, if you're the person from Reddit, I do want to explain the difference in feeling. Because there is a different feeling between properly heat-treated knives and super soft knives. And... Oh, no, you're not? Okay. Well, I was talking to somebody on Reddit and said I was going to be live streaming in a couple minutes. Moritz, what's up? So, if the person from Reddit's in here, this knife is super cheap, and there isn't a huge sound difference as much as a feeling difference. You can feel this one grinding away quickly. When you compare it to a properly heat treated knife, where this one, oh yeah, that happens. This one is heat treated to about 65 to 66 HRC, and it kind of just skates across this. And everything that I do to this is really slow. It doesn't remove material quickly. This one's a really good blade. I've actually been very, very pleased with this knife. Edge retention is pretty damn good for the price that I paid. And you can get this knife for, I think, like $50. It does take a little bit of, it's a little bit of a project knife. When you buy them, they do need a little bit of tuning, which is perfectly fine. What you need to do with it when you buy it is you need to take it apart. Or before you take it apart, you need to measure right here with a set of calipers. Just trust me, it makes the action insanely good. So you take your set of calipers here. You're going to squeeze them. 0. And then you're going to measure right above the blade. So mine's 3.99 to 4. And then back here, you're going to measure right here. 4.01. Those are within 4 to 4.01. That's within spec to me. But when it showed up, it was 3.87 up here and 4.17 down here. So what I did was I ordered a set of skiff bearings and I put them in there, which were a little bit larger than the factory ones, a little bit thicker. So it took up a little bit more space, which is where you get the nearly 4mm right in here. KC3, what's up? And then I pulled it apart and grabbed the backspacer and rubbed that against one of my stones until it was thin enough for me to be happy with the action. And I test fitted it 3 times. Instead of when I did my Sebenza, I test fitted that with the backspacer like 100 plus times. I know what you're sorry about. But yeah, when you're custom fitting things, you're going to want to take your time. And I took my time on this one, and I'm very happy with the results. New parallel. What? Well, that's my dad's set of calipers, so he does that every time. I'd assume because it sits there and drains slowly. So I just do it as well. This is a knife from AliExpress. It's actually quickly becoming one of my favorites. I am turning 24 next week. I probably won't be checking out Fosteed. I don't have the money to be spending on that. Well, I'm hoping by the end of the year I'll have a knife business set up and possibly a Kickstarter started. Thank you, Chris. That is one of those things that I never do. I don't tell anybody to like or subscribe because I find it annoying when other people tell me to do stuff. I let people make their own decisions. It's better that way. That way, when I need to ask a favor later on in the channel's lifetime, maybe you guys will do it. No, that's not my reason, but see, then I have the line, I've never asked you guys to do anything, but this time I really need the help. I do want to play around with Magnamax. And if things go well, hopefully by the start of next year, I can have a couple knives made and that stuff. God damn, this takes forever. Why would you think all the super steels are going away? No. That's 15V. Possibly Rex 121. I think those are the only two. Yeah, you'd be surprised how many people I put to sleep while live streaming. When I end my streams and there's like 7 people in here, half of them are asleep. I find the funniest part of that to be me saying, at the end of my streams, I tend to say, since there's nobody talking, I'm going to go ahead and end the stream. And then somebody who was just asleep goes, wait, no, I need this. And they go, I'm here, I swear. Like, you were just asleep 5 seconds ago. Don't give me that. The moment I threatened to take away your ASMR, all of a sudden, you're here and active. Well, I hope my back doesn't hurt after this live stream. I could believe that. I'm more surprised that they didn't drop the military salt years ago. Like, pardon me if I want a large knife to carry around every once in a while. But a 4-inch blade is great. This is actually one of my favorite second carries, where I'll have my main knife on the hem of my right pocket, and then I'll just shove some other random knife in my left hand pocket. This one tends to take up that left hand pocket space quite a bit. Why would you get rid of that? Yeah, I don't like the PM2 lightweight. That was poorly executed. Well, what are the 10 knives you have left? See, the PM2 lightweight should have been using the same liners as the regular PM2. in my opinion. What's diabolical? What? I didn't make any squeaking sounds. It is, but Mini Griptilian, Maximo. Maximo's not bad. M390 Bug Out, PM2. I think I'd pick PM2 over Manix 2. I mean, I guess I could use it to cut nails, but wouldn't recommend it. You don't carry them anymore. Well, that's a choice. You can choose to carry them. And honestly, being in your kind of profession, you'd probably be more interested in a slip joint of some sort. So back when Wish was still a thing, like a big thing, I got these fingernail clippers that they're pretty thick and large overall, and they work amazing. I don't even know why I brought it up other than we were talking about nail clippers, but they are like really, really good, and I'm sure that they don't make them anymore. Well, sure, but I don't use scissors to open things. I hate the feeling of files on my nails. I can't stand that. It's like nails on a chalkboard. It's the same feeling for me. My teeth aren't sharp enough to do that. Well, who said you need fingernails? There's a lot of slip joints where you can just pinch. Like, I just pinch it. You can open it. There's a lot of slip joints like that too. It's not just that one. Get a sod buster and just pinch. Most slip joints, I'd argue, are like that. Pinch. It may have the nail nick, but you don't need to use your nails on that. You know, I'm starting to think maybe I don't want to sell my Delica. Like, don't get me wrong, I hate the scales. These scales are garbage. But if I could get a set of titanium scales or micarta scales, maybe. I'll be honest, I don't know why I'm even debating on spending more money on that knife. I don't usually like Swiss Army knives. You guys know I have a preference for high hardness steels, and they just don't do that. I wonder if I got a notification from Reddit. Nope. Very low right now. I have a lot of inventory that I need to get rid of. And not everybody's interested in buying the stuff that I have. Like this. It's a great knife. It's just nobody seems to want it. This one I almost sold, but the guy said that I wanted too much for it because it had a ding right there, and it's been dropped a couple times. Not even 3 or 4%. I have $40 right now. Again, all that money was put into. I just spent 50 on envelopes, padded envelopes for shipping, and yeah. Scent, what's up? No, I need to sell inventory. I need to get rid of stuff. It's hard to find buyers, though. The economy isn't doing great and people are struggling. And when people are struggling, they don't have spare money to be thrown around at knives. Yeah, just because the stock market set a new record doesn't mean that people are doing any better. I mean, there's no real great market right now. Finding the right people is not easy. And I'd rather sell it to subscribers than anybody else, to be honest. Because I try and give the best deals on the market, but, you know, Sixth Sense, welcome back. Haven't seen you in a bit. Well, that's the problem. You never know what people are looking for anymore. How's it going? I'm sure shipping a CRT TV is going to suck. Well, there you go. It's sometimes. On every single one. People are always looking for something sometimes. Well, that's the problem. Stocking it all, and then you have a shit ton of stuff that never sells. Partially because I keep forgetting to put it up for sale somewhere. But I have a terrible memory. Oh, and the other day when you asked about if that was a Piranha, yes, it was. And if you would like to buy a Piranha, I have a blue Piranha X for sale. I didn't know that they used Chris Reeve pocket clips. Piranha is made in Twin Falls, Idaho. They make good stuff, yeah. They're not as well known as a lot of the other brands. I'm not going to say that they're kept a secret, but I will say that it's more of a if you know, you know kind of situation. They're really snappy autos. Kinda, yeah. Now the problem with this one, and apparently this is fairly common with them, it's got a little bit of blade play. I find that annoying, but to get an action like that, it's hard to do without a little bit of wiggle. So I was curious if I stuck, I don't know, I'd need a really thin Teflon washer or something. So it's in 154 cm at 60 to 61 HRC with, again, a Chris Reeve pocket clip. Same one that comes on the Sabenza by the looks of it. And freshly sharpened. All for the low, low price of $140. I find it entertaining that nobody tries to make deals with me either. I've had two people say, well, would you take this? In the whole time that I've been selling stuff. I've also got a Pina X made by Riot that I need to get rid of. And we're looking for $300 for this one. It's a Pina X Bronco. There aren't a whole lot of these. Maybe if I live streamed more often, you'd buy more shit from me. Anyway, this one I fixed the little bit of blade play that it had. I oiled the micarta and then wiped it. It's got quite a bit of grip now, a little more than it did before. Titanium scales and S35 blade. Anyway, those are two of the more expensive ones I have up for sale right now. I need to post them in more public places. Well, D2 is a steel from World War II that was created for machine dies, and 154 cm, I believe, was made in the 70s for the United States Air Force for internal turbine engine parts. They were designed for different things. Well, new year, new prices. I still want to try and price my knives at 400. The way I look at it, I like tool steels and high speed steels. Great edge retention. Anyway, the way I look at pricing my things, if it all works out, I'd like to sell them for 400. Stainless doesn't really matter to me. But if I can price them at 400, I'll beat everybody else in the American market for the materials in price. By about $100. I prefer folders. I don't really carry fixed blades. I just don't have a place to carry a fixed blade at the moment. Chef Rocky, what's up? Haven't seen you in a while. Going around doing the rounds again? No, it's not. I promise you. Cheap, cheap, cheap steel. It smells like pennies. Sure, some folders are too chunky, but the ones that I buy aren't. I almost bought an Artisan Cutlery Proponent a while back. The tip was broken and I decided that was going to be too much of an undertaking to sharpen. It's been a really long time since I've seen Chef Rocky now that I think about it. Last time he dropped in, I was still monetized. And that was a while ago. Been around 3 months. Well, this one should be done, but right there on both sides. The angle I'm holding versus the angle that it already has. Yeah. It's going to be a while. I'll be honest, I didn't expect it to take this long. When I gave the price for them, I expected it to take me like 30 minutes each. Damn. No, just cheap Damascus. YouTube always hates me. You're only an hour late. Figured out the other day that 6% of my viewers are women, which is a scary thought because I've been talking to women for a while. God, all I'm trying to do is pull all that shit out of this thing. Well, what I'm trying to do, like I just said, is get all the crap that's clogging this thing out. Cut and carry, what's up? Fine. I'll go grab a fucking sponge and try and clean this thing. Not much, just trying to clean this thing off. Just for the record, the razor was working. That didn't work, by the way. Oh, it worked better than I thought. Okay. Well, credit where credit is due. Yeah, it feels like it did before. Almost as good as when I got it. Which is sad because this was actually working. Speaking of, yeah, it's brighter now. Which means it should start chewing on this thing again. I still need to get myself an eraser. It's a resin bonded diamond stone. All right, that's enough. I'm pushing fairly hard with the side of my thumbs, so they're starting to turn red. Kind of hurts. Yeah, it is. This one, you actually just splash it, and that's enough. Yeah, if you need to reprofile a knife often, I definitely recommend this thing. Username, what's up? I'm going to take a break from that and reprofile my Delica. So the green sponges, I don't put a whole lot of pressure on it. It's just the fact that I'm pulling with this finger and pushing with my thumb. And when you do it for an hour and 15 minutes like I have been, it starts hurting after a while. Damon TV, what's up? Damon YT. Demon. Yes. What's up? The grit on this stone is 10 millimeters thick, which means, honestly, I'm gonna take a wild guess out here and say, even if I was sharpening for a full lifetime, I would probably still have this thing by the time I die. Ground fog, what's up? It's like a good knife. I think it's grind knife sharpening. Oh yeah, no, this thing is thick. It's a half-inch thick. The Yeah, it is some nasty shit. Well, like I said, I think the company is Grind Knife Sharpening. Or Grind Whetstones. You'll have to ask Aiden. I kept the box, but it's not down here. Yeah, resin bonded diamond stone. Oh. Hey, I was right. Grind Knife Sharpening. And I believe they probably are color coded, considering that one is supposed to be tan. Although now it's gray because it's still packed full of steel. It is a really cool one. I've been very pleased with the results too. So, I know I'm supposed to clean it. The problem is I keep putting things off and it just never happens. Appreciate it. How'd we get 28 likes? Where the fuck did you people come from? I'm debating on making a custom knife just for myself, a one-off thing on bearings. Stainless frame lock. Do I sleep? Yes, but I don't sleep right now. Well, that was a quick deburr. One pass. Yeah, VG10. I'm not even sure if they make the Delica in any other steel. They probably do, but I've never seen them. Probably, but I'm not going to worry about it. Yep, that's sharp. At the moment, my favorite blade steel is M42. I've been very, very happy with this cheap ass knife. So I'll be, once Jin is finished with their current project, I'll be reaching out to them and asking if they want to do a special edition of one of their knives in M42. There's just better stuff out there. Spyderco charges a lot for their VG10, and there's better steels for less money. I'm assuming that's where it comes from, is it's not cheap, but it's not like particularly great at anything. Dude, no kidding. They have one, but it's a Tonto and it's not that much different. Which is why I'll be talking to Jin about that. I want to release something in. I don't know if it's hair whittling sharp. I don't have long hair, so I can't just. Well, maybe. Oh, there's one. Nope, not hair whittling. No, I don't have a beard. I shave every other day. You know, I definitely wouldn't mind having my stone freshly lapped, but I won't be doing that today because it doesn't need it. Now, something that I've done my own little bit of testing on with a few different steels that I don't think I've ever seen anybody else test. When you're sharpening a knife with diamond plates, if you do it dry, you get a coarser edge, and if you do it wet, you get a finer edge, just slightly. So if you do it without water or lubricant or whatever, you pull a burr faster. Let me feel smart for once. Well, now that line's bald again. I don't even know why I still have this knife. I tried to sell it. I got really close to selling it, and the other person backed out, and then now I still have it. So here's an interesting thing that I found about this knife right here. Is I found another version of this made by another company, or sold by another company, in titanium. But the problem is the steel is M390, so you don't get that interesting steel. I don't think I've seen any other company use M42. This stuff has insane edge retention. I'm sure it's not super tough, but that's why I want to talk to Jen about trying it out. Because I want to break a few. Have them heat treated to 65 to 66, and then break a couple of them and see how hard it is to break. If it takes some actual effort, I would love to do. I think M42 has higher edge retention. Anyway, if things go well and they decide that they want to try it, I'll be talking to them about using Carpenter and getting Superstar blade steel. This stuff's nasty, dude. It lasted right up about to the point that 15V from Spyderco lasted. So this knife with a factory edge lasted about as long as this knife with one of my edges. So, well, sure. That's why I want to work with a brand that I think I can trust. Pardon me for forgetting shit all the time. Everybody knows I'm good at that. Well, apparently this stuff can be heat treated up to 70. But it's a drill bit steel. It's thicker. I think. It might be just as thick, but slightly thinner. But this one has a longer flat grind than this one does. Behind the edge, we can see luckily I keep this shit on hand now. It's not that hard. It's probably just like Maximate. 56 millimeters or 0.56 millimeters behind the edge. 22. Down here. And this one, holy shit, it's thinner behind the edge. $19. Yeah, this one's sitting at just at 19. And the other one is 22. What, send it out to transparent and do a retest? I probably won't do that. He won't. I think we both decided that we're not going to have my ZT reground. I was going to, because I liked how it looked. But the blade isn't straight. It's bent off to one edge. It's just ground wrong, and you can see it. Goes straight up until about right here, and then it just sticks over to that side. So because of that, it's a user knife, and I won't be getting it reground. Which I am sad about, but what are you going to do? No, he said that he won't do it because of that. I mean, I could show him. I didn't show him. I just told him that it wasn't straight. But it's going to be like really, really thin up towards the tip to fix that, and it's not worth it. I'll leave it how it is. You know what I should do? I should call them and ask if they have any reblades for it. Call ZT and see if they have any spare blades. I don't think they do, but it's worth asking. Wouldn't mind having a Delica in K390. The problem is, again, the scales on the Delica suck. I hate these things. Oh, you can buy aftermarket scales. Yeah, but they're not cheap enough. I want to try ZDP 189 one of these days. It's on the list. Oh. Well, aren't you interesting? Can't say I've ever had that happen before. A body screw backing out. All right, I think it's time to go back to sharpening. Which sucks, because that's what makes everybody fall asleep. Then I'm talking to thin air. Again. So yeah, I'll be talking to Jen about having a knife made in M42 or Carpenter's version of it that's called Superstar. And I'll want I hate to do that, to ask for so many, but I think I'm going to want like 5 of them that are coated and 5 of them that are not coated. And break them. Break a few of them. Well, if they pulled a profit on this thing and I bought it for $43, I'm expecting we could probably sell them for like 80. Maybe 100. Well, I'll talk to them about it and see what they think. I don't want to have it over $100. I really don't. Don't get me wrong, if it's over $100, I make more money on every one of them. But then you guys are paying over $100 on any of them, or on every one of them. And I don't like that. Okay. There's a guy that's in my city, Drew something. I already showed you his stuff. He made some stuff in Pop's Pro Cut. You should check him out. Well, this guy makes some pretty cool little fixed blades. I tagged you on one of his posts a while back. I'm glad to see I'm holding an edge, or holding an angle properly. It's the whole reason why I swapped to the 400. Alright. So Aiden, I asked you this the other day, or I asked everybody in the group chat. Do you think that a stainless frame lock, can be done tastefully? And nobody answered me. As far as I can tell, I don't remember getting a response. Yeah, stainless frame lock. Like the one right over there. The super cheap one in M42, that's stainless. Competitive how? Because I know how to not be competitive. Yeah, I understand that. This thing weighs as much as a large Sebenza and takes up almost half the space. And I think the reason why that thing weighs so damn much is because they did milling on the outside. They did nothing on the inside. If they would have milled out these center sections or around here and kind of in this area too, I'm sure it would weigh a lot less. I put skiffs in this thing. I paid $20 to have skiffs put in this thing. As smooth as it is, there's no blade play at all. I have no clue how to read that name, but how are you doing? You know what I love about Aiden telling me how to sharpen? I do find this entertaining, by the way. He says, put some pressure on that thing. And then he says, oh, I don't put a whole lot of pressure on these things. Like, which one do you want me to do? Well, we're getting there. It's about fucking time. Um, it's a mixture of water, oil, and isopropyl alcohol. It's 2 ounces of water. I learned from videos. 2 ounces of water, 15 drops of mineral oil, 80 drops of isopropyl alcohol, 70%, and then 2 drops of Dawn dish soap. But yeah, I haven't had anybody teach me anything in person. All of this was learned from, well, my dad started teaching me. He showed me initially how to do it, but other than that, he's nowhere near as good as I am. Anymore, anyway. He taught me when I was like 8, so. Nope, that's because we live in a throwaway society and you're expected to throw that stuff away when it's not sharp anymore. And no, I never went to any of the Boy Scout stuff or anything like that. I learned how to carve things while camping, and I learned how to sharpen from Outdoors 55. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 stones. 7 stones. Man, fuck you. I don't like Tontos or serrations. Everybody knows that. I don't like either of those. If any of you ever sent me a Tonto that's half serrated, I would sell it. That is a horrible gift, and you should be ashamed of yourself. I don't know. It probably can be used on knives. But like I said, probably. I don't know if Ramon would do it. Well, if you're asking for a custom, chances are you're spending a few hundred, maybe a couple thousand. He'd probably do it. But he'd be disappointed. I think the Chavez Tontos are about the only Tontos that I like. I haven't sharpened anything in ceramic. However, I have sharpened tungsten carbide. Are you claiming that I couldn't sharpen obsidian? I'll take that as a bet. I've got some weird stuff in my collection. I've seen that video. I don't remember it very well, but I've seen it. As long as somebody could give me the initial profile on an obsidian knife, I could probably actually sharpen it. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. I'd be using a Sharpo. Start with the 300, spend a few hours. Or the 320 and spend a few hours. Oh, this sucks. doing all this for $10. No, I did not get a 120 for it. I've got a 320, a 500, 15, and 3000. All right, time to go refill my cup. No, we're talking about Sharpo. They sent me some stuff to review, and I still haven't gotten to making that video. I need to make that video. I've been very impressed with their stuff, and I just don't have the space on my phone. Clean the surface of what? I'm getting a new utility knife on my birthday. Oh, you want me redoing this one again? Not gonna happen right now. I'm almost done. Oh. Fine, I'll clean it. Just give me a minute. I want to fill up my water bottle first. And no, no sweet tea. Water. Well, it's still gray. Just not as gray as it once was. It's definitely not the brown that it used to be. Why in the fuck is it always wet up there? Hey Aiden, do I have to use these wet? The Chiefer cut needs resurfaced again. I was focusing in one spot for too long, and now it needs resurfaced. Well, I'm not doing small grinding, I'm doing reprofiling, so. My fingers, I go like this, and I look at it, and you can see a dark section from right here to right here that reflects differently in the light on both sides, right there and right there, and that's what I'm trying to get rid of. I'm going to be honest, I'm more happy with this thing than I am with the Chiefre cut by quite a bit. It was a horrible factory grind. All I know is I'll be looking at factory grinds the next time that I say that I'll sharpen something, because this is bullshit. What knife brand? I have no clue. It doesn't have a brand anywhere. Probably like Amazon Basics or some shit. We don't cut bone in this household. The cleaver that came with this set sucked. I'm still not done with that thing, and I'm 3 hours in. But my buddy's mom wants them back to gift them to somebody, even though they're not done, so... And she wants them back tomorrow, which is why I'm doing this one. I told him the best I can do is at least pump one more out. But it's not going to be the cleaver. I think, like I said, I think I'm 2 or 3 hours in on the cleaver, and it has at least another 3 left. Just for shits and giggles, I'm going to go grab that thing. I'll deburr it. That's the least I can do. Or at least sharpen the front edge. But right here, it's supposed to be kind of flat-ish, and it's got a recurve. And I can't get anything in the recurve. And you know I pay for my own shit. I'll finish redoing that later. Once I'm done with this one. I debated on the belt grinder idea, though. I did. And I might have to do it anyway. Alright, we'll see you later. God damn it. You know, I wanted to be done before 3 a.m. It's almost 4. So yeah, I'm getting one of them Riot kind of looking things. Well, what didn't turn out how they wanted it to? I'll be honest with you, man. That 400 grit was great when I first got it. And then after I reprofiled it, it's never been the same. That top that top layer was really hard and it worked great. But once you get through that outer layer, the material on the inside's softer. It's kind of like bread. How you get the outside crust that's a little harder, and then once you break past the crust, the inside's softer. It's just like that. And it's sad because I really liked how it worked until it didn't work the way that it used to. They said the same or the opposite. Wonder if mine has an issue then. Because it's like an actual problem. The stuff on the corners is actually harder than the stuff in the middle. And it actually feels a little bit different too. I don't have enough space for any videos. That's why I stopped uploading. I ran out of space on my phone. With all the new updates and shit, the user interface on my phone takes up, I could make a short, but the user interface on my phone takes up like 20 gigs. And the phone only has 64. See, I miss when they managed to make all that shit fit in 1 gig. It's literally the shit that makes the phone run. That's all that's taking up 20 gigs of that space. Of some of the rest of it is apps, and then some of the rest of it is videos that I need to finish. But I don't have enough space to finish those videos. Because I need to have enough space to have the video And then when I'm editing the video, I need to have enough space to export that whole video again. So I need to have enough space to have the video on my phone twice. And I don't have that kind of space. So for those longer videos, like I want to do with the Sharpo stuff, where I actually teach people how to use them, I just don't have the space to do it. And if I upload them directly from the camera app, then the videos are too quiet, which I've had complaints about in the past. You know, with all the shit that you say, I'm surprised that you aren't automatically muted on people's feeds. What did Mac say that got him banned? No, I mean, I didn't even ban him. It's just, you have to have it. He's not on any of the top messages, ever. On any account, by the sounds of it. When he joins a live stream, he's automatically not in the top messages. And it makes you wonder what he did to cause that. I'm almost there. Come on, you cheap piece of shit. Work for me. It's not Play-Doh soft, but I think I've felt woods that are harder than this steel. And that's saying something. Like, I think desert ironwood's harder than this steel. And it would be harder to sharpen that wood than it would be to sharpen this. Or maybe easier is the right way of saying that. This stuff is soft. Well, on the bright side, every time after the first time is going to be easier. Reprofiling knives is the worst part. Every time after that, it's pretty easy. That's why I tell people when they pay me to sharpen their stuff, the first time's going to be expensive. It's where all the work takes place. Every time after that, $5 or less. But that initial sharpening is going to be expensive. Well, supposedly, these are going to a chef. Which, if the guy is actually a chef, he's never going to use these things. If the guy's a cook, he might. But also, if the guy's a chef, maybe he'll understand just how long this took. So I'm going to say this has been a 2-hour session. Well, it's my buddy's mom's boyfriend. Well, I suppose I'll hear from him. No, I stopped streaming every day because the chair that I use has caused damage to my back. I'm still using the same chair, but I've got a foam pad on top of it now. But still, when I stand up, my back hurts. Oh, believe me, I have plenty of ass. That's why I sell booty pics on the internet. Damn, I tried to say that without laughing. Wednesday. Yeah. Thank you. Next year I'll be a quarter of a century years old. Turning 24 on Wednesday. During July I was what? Oh. Well, I've got something that'll explain a lot for you guys. I was born like 10 days early or something. It's either 4 or 10, I don't remember. But that should explain a lot. No, but I smacked my head into the corner of a coffee table and cracked my head open. I still have a scar from that one. Right above my eyebrow. Or not right above it, it's like right in the middle, so hair doesn't grow there. So I've just got a line in my eyebrow with no hair. They use super glue to glue that shut. My cat is right outside the door. Meow. Meow. Like that big. My calves are like that big, though. My thighs are bigger than that. What a shocker. Ugh. Get in the chopper and stuff. Arnold ASMR. Should do one of those videos where it's like 10 hours of silence, but it's randomly interrupted by Arnold telling you to get in the chopper. That'd be pretty funny. I'm gonna go pet my cat for a minute, so she'll stop meowing at me. Meow. 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 Oh, damn it. Fucking alarm system. Meow. Meow. If you walk forward and I can close the door. Thank you. Oh, kitty. You're not going to be in here for very long. All right, time to go back out. Oh, nope, you're going out. Thank you. I'll see you after the stream's over or something. Let's see what? The cat? Meow. Look at all that shit on the floor. She's an outdoor cat, yeah. She was a stray. And while my dad was doing something in the shed, she decided to walk in there when he was not in there. And then he went and closed the door because, you know, you don't think that a cat's going to be in there. Because why would a cat be in there when we don't own a cat? Then the next day he came back out and he hears a cat meowing at the door of the shed. So he opens the door and she comes running out of there. And, you know, oh my God, you're my savior. And yeah, now she lives in our garage. And she likes beef jerky and turkey. and she's not overly annoying. Yeah, that's kind of just how strays happen. It's like, oh, you saved me from something. I'm yours now. She's the only one in that family of cats that is okay with people. So across the street, there's a shit ton of feral cats. And I believe that she was one of those. And yeah, she decided to come across the street and get locked in our shed. And then, yep. I think the saddest part about her is I'm pretty sure that she outlived all of her children. We had two cats. One of them was gray and fluffy. And you can see pictures of him on my Instagram. And he had a blood clot that moved from around his heart area to the femoral artery that basically killed the blood flow in his legs. And you know, living without your two back legs isn't, as a cat, isn't very great. So the vet decided that it's probably not going to be worth the amount of money of trying and time in physical therapy to try and get shit fixed. And I'll be honest, I probably agree with that. It's a little bit different with people, but one of the daughters was given to one of our neighbors, and supposedly one of the other neighbors in the area fed the cat something that was poisonous, and that one died. And I'll be honest, I'm not sure where the other two are. One of them died while we were on vacation. Like almost right after it was born. A couple weeks. I believe there were 5, and the other 2 were again given to our neighbor's friend, and those are the 2 where I don't know where they are. But I've decided personally that when she goes, I don't want another pet. fucking sucks. Well, my dream car is pretty affordable, but I'd probably go with that. It's not really a car, but yeah. I already have my dream knife. I have two of it. Look, you're asking me if I could have. Are you talking about for free? I just want to make sure that we're clear here. I get it for free, no strings attached or anything. Because my dream knife's like $500, but my dream car is 40,000. So well, if you can't name a knife, how do you expect to know what your dream knife is? I would choose a 2006 Chevrolet SSR. Fuck no. Some of the knives that I have, I don't think I could replace. Well, it's replaceable, but they're kind of spendy. A Kershaw Junkyard Dog 2 in SG2 in titanium. It's a cleaver. My first Sabenza is irreplaceable to me. Along with my second Sabenza, that one. I have a Gerber multi-tool. That I have a trauma bond with. And yeah, I still have my first car. And I don't think I want to get rid of that one either. I've been offered more than I paid for it for the truck, but I'm not getting rid of that. Yeah, so April 21st, 2023. No, 2022. We were up at the cabin, and I'm doing my usual not listening and not doing what I'm told, because that's kind of just the way that I was. And sitting there carving a stick using the Gerber Multi Tools serrated knife as a saw. And, I thought I had a pretty decent setup there where I wasn't, even if something went wrong, it wouldn't have gone horribly wrong. Boy, was I mistaken. It went horribly wrong. And so I'm holding the stick like this, and I'm cutting like right down here or something. And as I'm going, somebody's talking to me, and I apparently I didn't stop while looking up to talking to them, and the because it's not, so the blade shape's like this, right? And it's serrated the whole way. Because it doesn't have a slight curve up, I couldn't tell when it's about to end. Well, it ended and it just went plunge right down into there, and that is a nasty, nasty cut. First words out of my mouth, oh God. Next words out of my mouth, I need a tourniquet. Well, we didn't have a tourniquet. And I missed everything important by millimeters. We wrapped it. Let's see, I pressed it down into the jeans that I was wearing, fully expecting that that was it. I'm going to be dead now. And my sister goes and gets my dad. I tell my mom, you need to go grab a, what's it called? A bungee cord. So she goes and grabs a bungee cord, and we wrap that shit around my arm. And that apparently wouldn't have done anything anyway because it's too stretchy. But it's all we had at the moment. So my sister goes and gets dad, and blah 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 blah. Long story short, he says, let's see it. And I pick it up off my jeans, and it's like not bleeding at all, which blew the hell out of my mind. The thing, like, it looks like this now, but when it happened, it was about that wide, just wide open. Because I thought for sure I hit right there. And right about here is where all the important shit is. I thought for sure I hit right here. And you can see, well, apparently you guys can't see, but yeah, all the important shit is right here. And I hit right there. So when a knife cuts you, you're apparently not allowed to get rid of it or something. Well, that one nearly killed me, so of course I still have it. And the year after that, January 15th, 2023, I started this YouTube channel. Because after that happened, I started getting more into knives. Of course, it always starts out with the cheap shit. So my collection started off with all those rainbow gas station knives because they're shiny and they're sharp. You know? Um, Moving on, I was buying stuff from Sportsman's Warehouse and learned that you can get shit cheaper online from dedicated knife retailers. Started posting about that, how if you're buying directly from stores, you're getting scammed. And then, it developed into a YouTube channel. The reason I started uploading on the YouTube channel was because there was a knife that I bought with replaceable blades. Delbert, what's up? And one of the replaceable blades, I was cutting cardboard. I was literally cutting a box. And the edge just folded over. It folded over like a piece of paper. I'm not even joking. I can show you exactly what it did with a piece of paper. I was cutting cardboard with steel. Mind you, this is steel. And it just went like that. Just folded. Just like that. I was pissed off. That's where my first video started. That video got 1,000 views in the first 2 weeks, and I was like, well, shit, my last YouTube channel didn't even get 1,000 views total. Maybe I'm going somewhere with this. And here we are, 3 years later. Damn. 3 years later, 3,000 subscribers. Maybe 500,000 views total. And no, I don't have a med kit around. I should, but I don't. I'm broke. I can't afford shit like that. I should, at the very least, have a tourniquet around, and I still don't have a single one. The problem is, I keep telling myself, or giving myself this as an excuse. Ever since that happened, I've never been bit bad enough to need one. And the reason why that's a horrible excuse is because the next time I need one, it's not going to be there. Because I don't have one. And I've kind of come to terms with the fact that it's like that at the moment. But yeah, I don't do all those stupid tricks that people do, flipping them around your hand and shit, because one, I'm not coordinating enough, and two, it's just not worth the risk. The worst cuts I've gotten since that day are fingers. Every once in a while, you get bit on the finger when you're sharpening, or you're taking a knife apart and the lock fails and it comes down and smacks you on the finger. It happens. Shit happens. And hopefully, nothing ever happens as bad as it already did. But, if it does, it does. I learned that day that there's a lot of people where they say, well, if I was in that situation, I would have done this, this, and this. When maybe they see somebody pass out from blood or something. Like, some people pass out when they see blood. And I learned that even in a bad situation, I'm able to take control and do what needs to be done. That day I learned that, because you don't know until you're in that situation. You don't. People say they do. I should keep something around. I do have super glue, which I know that's not a great option, but super glue was designed for closing wounds. That's why when you use it and it touches your finger and it just instantly turns into a polymer and you can't take it off, that's why. It was designed to do that. Well, here's the thing. If you're bleeding profusely, there's nothing you can do. If something like that happens and I start bleeding profusely, I'm ending the stream and I'm calling somebody, because that's it. You know, I don't have, and it's not 911 that I'm calling. One of those guys that I follow on, I think I follow him on every platform now that I think about it. I think his best quote is, and it's from somebody else, I know that, but when seconds count, help is only minutes away. And it's put in a way that makes sense. I do my best to be as safe as possible. I mean, it's on my stream. I don't really care what we talk about. There's a reason why I usually do relatively slow cuts. One, because it shows off the edge better. This one needs a better edge, but I can't do it in the amount of time that I have. And another reason why is because when you see all these guys doing their little, ooh, look at how sharp this thing is. And guess what? You go too far back and then you get bit. And it's gonna cut, you know. If I did that really, really fast and it came back and got me right there, it's going straight to the bone. This isn't a dull knife. Have I ever worked in a professional? What do you mean by that? You're gonna need to clarify what you mean by professional. No. Although I will be here pretty soon applying, or at least talking to the guys at Millet Knives and seeing if they'd be willing to hire me. Oh, when I walked into their shop, so they've got a really small lobby area. Millet Knives does. I won't walk into the shop unless somebody invites me in, because I don't know everything that's going on in there, you know? And I'm not going to take a risk of some sort of machinery doing something because I don't know what it's doing. I don't mess around with heavy things, um, machinery that I don't understand, and things that spin quickly. As a general rule of thumb, those are things that you don't want to mess with. And it's a good spot to start at because something that's spinning probably doesn't give a shit if you touch it. It's going to keep spinning. Yeah, one of the they used to have woodworking class in school, in high school, and they don't anymore. Um, my dad's woodworking teacher was using I think it was a belt sander, and ripped two of his fingers off. One of the girls in welding class, I think, got her finger stuck in a grinder and ripped her finger off. Spinning things are just things you don't play with, especially if you don't understand how they work. Also, don't wear gloves around spinning things because it'll grab the glove and your hand is going with it. Yeah, that's something that you really don't want to hear about. But it happens. You know, you don't want to hear about it, but it happens all the time, and you want to make sure that you're not one of them. Well, that's interesting. My phone's sitting there at 97% and hasn't gone up in 25 minutes. But it also hasn't gone down. Hey, my pack didn't hurt that time. God, I need to get rid of that Chris Reeve. Yeah, either understand every way that the machine could get you or stay the hell away from it. I got a small Nkosi that I need to get rid of. The thing's beautiful. I just bought it to sell it. Gimme. Yeah, if I sit here in this weird position, my back doesn't hurt when I get up. Got 4 of these things in the house. Got a shit ton of pictures of it too. Yes, I bought my Kershaw Junkyard Dog 2 to resell because they were reselling at the time for about $400, and I got it for $190 or $140. And I was gonna resell it and decided it's one of 1,000. Why not just not sell it? So I didn't sell it. I still have it. Yeah, it's up for sale if you want it. $375, including shipping. Well, it's a good knife, and they're kind of hard to come across. So, I mean, now they're selling for like 2 something. And I would have liked to have sold it, but it is a pretty cool piece. This one I wouldn't mind keeping if it wasn't a Tonto. And I'm not going to spend $100 to get a new blade for it. And honestly, I can't afford to keep it. But it's fresh out of a spa treatment. It brand new reblasting, brand new sharpening. Oh, I use them all the time. I didn't drop $500 on a Sebenza to not use it. Well, I kind of did for one of them, but the other one I'm using all the time. The only reason I don't have it on the table is because I started carrying this thing. But yeah, this thing's been great. But my Sebenza's over on the couch. I'll go get it here in a minute. Not really. I mean, as soon as you buy it, like a large Sebenza, as soon as you buy that thing, it goes from being brand new price of $500 to about $400. You might be able to sell it for $450, but it doesn't always work out that way. They lose a decent amount of value, but they lose like 20%, and that's about it. And then they kind of just sit there. Oh yeah, I could turn around and sell that. Well, I could probably turn around and sell it for about $550. It has 2 blades. So it comes with a spare blade. Not that I plan on selling it, but if I did. It would be, it's glass blasted, so that's an extra $50. It has double studs on this one, and single stud on the drop point blade that it came with. And I highly doubt that I'd sell the the front scale with it, because that I did. But yeah, I've custom fit that one to be smoother than any other Sebenza I've ever. All three. Part of it is, or a big part of it is materials, though. When a material becomes outdated, a lot of times the value goes down. So there's my first one. A lot of the values in the blade, yeah. So this one's not as smooth as my second one. But I custom fit this front scale to it to make sure that it was smoother. This one's also a bit lighter. I put the same backspacer on both of them. So this one I paid full price for. What do you mean by treatment? I don't really play with this one anymore. So this one, when I bought it, I paid $530 for it. And then I went and had it glass blasted because it came sandblasted from factory. So yeah, the glass blasted finish is extra. I don't know if that helps with value though when you sell it. I don't really care because I don't plan on selling them, so yeah, that explains a lot. Unfortunately, I have more butterfly knives than I want. But I don't think we're talking about the same butterfly knives. Butterfly. I'm not sure if it affects resale value. Well, they're not totally different, considering this brand started butterfly knives, if I'm not mistaken. If you mean a fixed blade, I don't have any fixed blade daggers. Nope. I collect folders. And yes, I use them. This was my user when I bought it. Fixed blade counts as a tool. These are all tools. I'll be honest, I have 4 Chris Reeve knives in the house and I need to get rid of 2 of them. I bought 2 of them to resell. Speaking of which, I need to reach out to the guy who wants one of them. I mean, I can carry all of these. None of them are illegal in my state. Titanium happens to be one of my favorite materials. So you'll see quite a bit of titanium in my collection. Titanium is a beautiful material. And actually, my watch is titanium too. Okay, bushcraft. I saw you tagged me in something, but I didn't watch the video yet. What was the video about? I think it's a challenge of some sort. Shit, it's Valentine's Day. Guess I'm gonna be alone. Woohoo. I didn't know that they made the Pelagos in titanium. Interesting. I prefer solar watches because... Okay, so what is that challenge? Because I think I got the premise by reading the title, but... Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, my birthday's on Wednesday. Happy birthday. Yeah, I didn't know that because I'm not into the expensive shit. I'll be honest, I went around buying a shit ton of watches when I got into them, and then I got this one and I just haven't really bought much since because I love this one. It's been great. And for the $50 that I paid for it, I'm pretty happy. The pick one and run challenge. Am I supposed to pick one knife out of my whole collection and then that's all I can carry or something? Oh, it's, well, brand new. They're $330. I just got it used. I paid $35 for the watch itself and then $15 for 2 spare links on eBay. I spend my money well. At least I try to. Okay. If I could pick one knife, shit hits the fan. If shit hits the fan, I'm probably... It's not going to be a folder, I'll tell you that much. Maybe this one. Yeah, I put the links on myself. It's a Chavez fixed blade in 3V. I'd probably carry that with a hellbent sheath. It's only 250 of these things. Monkey Boy, what's up? Oh, I'm horrible with money. There's just specific things that I spend very little on. Now, let's see. What was the other one? Apocalypse. I have a Rat 5 upstairs, but I'm not going to go grab it. That's probably what I'd carry. No, it's not hard to swap links. I'm putting this away, actually. Give me just a minute and I'll show you how. $10 kit at Walmart. But mine doesn't use screws, so it's pins. Yeah, you're right. Other than gas, I don't spend a whole lot of money. I'm a very cheap person. I don't spend a ton on food. Dinner last night was $7 for a whole pizza with the best cheese pizza I've ever had, by the way. It was pepper jack pizza. And that was fucking good. I'd never tried it before until like a few days ago. I was walking through Winco and was like, well, hey, that sounds good. So I tried it and it was good. So this is the kit that I got at Walmart. It's $10, or it was when I bought it. And basically, you're going to pull this thing. And let's just undo real quick. Yeah. Let's undo this one. Get in the hole, damn it. Fine, fuck it. We'll go with the other side. Jesus. Okay, so line it up, push it through, put this tool away. You're going to grab your super cheap watchmaking hammer. And your pliers that come with this. All right, damn it. Yep. On the back, I'll show you on the back or on the inside of the bracelet. Yes and no. Make sure that I'm pulling it the right way. There's a specific way that I want to pull these. Because if they're cotter pins, you want to pull them a specific way. Okay, so there you go. Pull the pin out. So if you look on the inside, there are arrows. That's the way that you want it going in. You want to pull it out the opposite direction. So here's the inside of my watch. Nope, just pull straight out. So since it's going in on this side, I'm going to grab my pin, which is dirty on one side, by the way. Probably from a little bit of rust, which, no big deal. Stick it in the hole, and move it around a little bit until it goes further in. Beautiful. And now you're going to grab the last tool that you'll need, which is this gray block here. This is the last thing I'm going to show you guys. I won't use the soft side of the hammer until it's getting up to the titanium. Now make sure you line it up. Which I'm obviously not doing. I could have picked a better one, by the way. If you go to, since it's a Citizen, if you go to just about any Citizen retailer, they'll replace the pin. Yeah. At no charge to you. I'll get it one of these times. Because I don't want to press it in. That blue tool. That blue tool's for removing the pins. I haven't done this in so long. Wrong. Well, that looks right to me. And now we'll set it right there, and there you go. Oh, sure. The gray block has multiple uses. The blue tool pushes pins out. That's why it has these in there. Pushes the pin out. Anyway, under this I have a whole bunch of spare parts. This one is for a watch that I gave away forever ago. Empty bags, spring bars, another watch that I own, spare link for this watch, spare links for my other watch. That one's actually a very, very beautiful watch. One of my favorites. I just don't wear it because I don't. And a broken spring bar. I don't know why I still have that. Spare link to a watch that I need to get replaced. It's a titanium, folded titanium. I don't think I've ever seen that. Anyway, a lot of spare parts. And that hammer comes in useful for other shit too. All right. You know, just because I might as well. I'm going to wait until we have a 4-hour stream and then I'm going to end it. Which is about 7 minutes from now. You know, I'm curious. Is this non-stick? I was just testing this earlier. I was cutting cheese with this thing to put on my pizza, and I just wiped it and all the cheese came off all in one go. So I'm curious if it actually is non-stick. So we're going to grab some cardboard with tape on it, and we're going to cut it. Not on camera. Weird. Now I gotta pick up a whole bunch of cardboard. Well, there's no tape residue on it, except on the edge. That's weird. I didn't know that stuff was kind of non-stick. I'll admit, that knife was probably one of the better purchases I've made over the years. Yep, I knew that was happening. Actually feels pretty good without the pocket clip. I need some people's opinion. I don't know if you guys are up for talking. If I bought some of these and tuned them to be damn near perfect, do you guys think you'd pay more? Like $10 more? Or would you rather buy them yourselves and then do the tuning yourself after waiting 3 weeks to get your knife? How much is convenience worth to you? Maybe 15. Have a nicer than factory edge. Nice and smooth. I don't know. Nobody's listening. So how did we get 41 likes? And we got 40 seconds left before I end the stream. See if I can sneak that pocket clip back on. All right, that's going to be it for tonight, or this morning, I guess. Appreciate you guys watching. Hopefully you have a great rest of your night, day, morning, whatever it is. And we'll see you in the next one.